Than a away trip to struggling carpet. Tomorrow on Be Sports.
With Dish, you get the TV you love. Now you can also get high-speed internet where you live.
I'm Christina Combs. My sister and I give guided horseback tours into Redwood National Park.
DishNet gives you the high-speed internet you need to stay connected.
Working with my sister is fun, and I would not change it for the world.
It's the high-speed internet you've been waiting for.
At home, we use the internet on a daily basis. The girls do homework.
Bundle today and save.
My husband uses the internet to search for tools. For us, it is very important to be able to trust our internet service because we rely on it.
You already love Dish for TV. Bundle now and enjoy high-speed internet too.
Our family has been here for 5 generations. Staying connected to the world is what makes living out here possible.
Call right now.
With all of this, how could you want to live anywhere else?
I wouldn't trade my lifestyle for the world.
Get the high-speed internet you need to stay connected. Call 1-844-800-8221.
And we are back underway with Ipswich trailing. Remember, at the start of the day, Derby 3rd, Ipswich 6th. If it stays like this, Derby will go into the top 2. Cyrus Christie with this Rams throw, aimed at Martin. Ball had gone out. Richard Keogh with defending to do, and he has done it, sent further on its way by Christie. Knudsen's header. Johnson given away to Maitland-Niles. Sears, who did cause problems in that first half with his pace on the Ipswich left. A couple of quick attacks from him in the first 5 minutes of this game, Freddie Sears. Was it from Jonas Knudsen? You don't see that too often, and neither should you. It was a foul throw from the Dane. Martin having his shirt pulled by Christoph Berra. It's a frustrating afternoon, but he deserves a large slice of credit for how Derby move was started that led to Tomin scoring that goal. Yes, Murphy has done well, gets out of a tight spot. Inns tracking back. And Christie keeps it in on the dead ball line. And hoisted long. Paul Clement, the Derby boss this week, said the best is yet to come from his team. Could be a warning for the rest of the championship if they've not hit their peak yet. They do have a very strong squad. Here's Skews. Johnny Russell snapping at him. It's Skews, and he hits it straight at Shackle. Now Maitland-Niles. Sears. Good ball out wide. Here's Chambers. Steered in and diving header out by Shackle. Sears. And now Maitland-Niles. And he's pushed it too far ahead of Jonas Knudsen, who wasn't expecting it, but fair play to the fans. They are right behind their team at the start of this second half. Nick McCarthy and his trusty lieutenant, Terry Connor, alongside him. Follow each other around. Plenty of experience there. Knudsen had to get there because Ince was waiting. Some Summer signing, Jonas Knudsen, the left back. They just over £300,000 for him as well. And when you look at Derby paying £6 million for Bradley Johnson, that gives you an idea about the gulf in spending power between the two clubs. Maitland-Niles. He's run into trouble, has he? He has. He'll steal it back, will he? Not quite, and then it skews unceremoniously, smashes the ball forward. Former Bristol City player. Just one Ipswich goal for Cole Skews. It took him 82 games to get it as well. It was worth waiting for. It's an absolute cracker against Cardiff back in April, but that is his only goal for the club. Sent long by Thorne. At the minute, Derby happy to get behind the ball and ask Ipswich to try and break through. Tommy Smith. Well read by Warnock. Johnson and Maitland-Niles tangling. Play allowed to go on. Thorne given away to Knudsen, who then gives it away to Christie. Here's the goal scorer, Tom Ince, Butterfield. Swirling ball from Richard Keogh. Keogh's header will drop at the feet of Freddie Sears. Up against Cyrus Christie. He does his job. Taken quickly. It's Sears. It's Murphy. It's over. Well, how many times have we seen Ipswich score from those sorts of positions in the past? Sears just lifts one into the middle, and Daryl Murphy, usually so deadly in those sorts of situations, can't make it count. The pressure is off for now for Derby. Murphy in pursuit of this. Keogh will get there. Looking much more lively in this second half, Daryl Murphy, I have to say. This is Bradley Johnson. Slight flick on the ball there from Johnny Russell, and Martin tries to give it back to him, and Russell had left the scene. Here is Shackle. Pittman for company. Well, the fans around here really do love Brett Pittman and his work rate, his energy. He never, ever gives anything up. He is their top scorer this season with 7 goals. This is Chambers. Murphy. Can Murphy get the crossover? He can't. But he will win the corner as Johnny Russell makes the block. A very encouraging start to this second half for Ipswich. And they make their possession count. Maitland-Niles with the delivery. Barrow is up there. And too many back for Derby. They're able to clear. This is Ince. And Skews nips in and puts his team back on the ball. It's an unsung hero to a degree, Cole Skews, in that midfield area. Goes about his business very quietly, but does it effectively. Ipswich are getting ready to make a change. Ryan Fraser, who's on loan from Bournemouth and just come back from injury, will be introduced shortly. After Long here, this is Johnny Russell. Up against Chambers, he's found Warnock. Russell. Bradley Johnson close by. Tangle of legs. And the decision has gone Ipswich's way. Hearing Brett Pittman will be man withdrawn for Ipswich to allow Ryan Fraser to join the action. Fraser continues to wait for his moment. Skews. It's been all Ipswich in the opening 12 minutes of the second half. Skews. Knudsen. Sears has made a run in the channel for him. And Christie has got it back. Now, what's the referee given here? Is he given a corner or a free kick? Christie not happy with it either way. May actually be a throw, we'll see. But here comes the change. Well, Pittman makes way. I don't think he's injured. Just a change of approach, perhaps from Mick McCarthy. And Ryan Fraser, who has battled back from knee ligament damage, who was excellent as well before he suffered the injury whilst on international duty, is back on the football pitch again. Knudsen's throw, out by Cyrus Christie. Chambers. Smith's knocked down, and Grant sharply onto it. Released quickly. Chris Martin challenged by Fraser. The crowd like that, straight into the thick of things for the Bournemouth loanee. Ince couldn't get hold of it. Hammered forward by Knudsen. Theo's header. Fraser almost got there. Here's Bradley Johnson. Johnny Russell. And now Stephen Warnock. Butterfield. Scooped into Martin. Good cushion header down. Russell. And now Ince. Christie overlapping. Sends one over. It's just beyond Bradley Johnson. Nice build-up play from Derby. First time they've really got into the Ipswich half in this second half. And Bradley Johnson claiming he was fouled. He's furious with the referee for not giving it. The crowd showing their displeasure towards the former Norwich player. Butterfield. Now Christie. Possibilities here for Derby. Swings a good-looking ball in beyond Martin and beyond Russell. It was played into a really good area from Cyrus Christie. Did absolutely the right thing here. Aim for the far post. Keogh. Grant able to clear with Sears closing in. Hooked on by Sears. Ipswich are getting another change ready as well. It's like Kevin Brew is coming on. And Maitland-Niles, we're told, will make way. Butterfield. Johnson. Oh, they've worked that nicely. Ince. Look for the ball out to Russell. Will not get there. That was disappointing from Tom Ince. Put too much on the pass. And here comes the Ipswich change. But Ainsley Maitland-Niles goes off. And Kevin Brew will come on. Philip McCarthy rolling the dice again as he tries to get his team back in the match. And Kevin Brew, once of Levski Sofia, comes into the action, just recovered from a hamstring problem. French born, but represents Mauritius at international level. But their training camps are fun. Nice weather. Berra. Oh, it was risky. Chris Martin was lurking there. Fraser trying to burst beyond Keogh. He's done it. It's Fraser. Going to be a corner. And the crowd respond. Always positive when he gets the ball, Ryan Fraser, and he's taken the corner quickly, and it's drilled across here. And Murphy made contact with it. So difficult to try and direct that one goalwards. Really was fizzed in. Still plenty of time left in the match for Ipswich to recover from this. Still, that Tom Ince goal is the difference here at Portman Road. Jason Shackle will let that ball run away. Derby coming into this with the second best attack, 32 goals scored, second only to Fulham. Just 13 goals conceded so far this campaign. Brew scooped over the top of everybody. Challenging with Johnson. Ipswich throw. No Derby changes as yet. You have a former Ipswich striker on the bench in Darren Bent, who actually started the other night in that win over Bristol City. Chris Martin was left out. Of course, this is a club where Darren Bent really shot to prominence. Brew. Hughes has lost it. Little stumble from Butterfield. Reaches Ince. Johnny Russell. Warnock. Shackle all the way back to Lee Grant, and Sears will always be a willing runner. Miscued header from Barra. You can see he's actually wearing a gum shield today, Christophe Barra. He said he's going to have to start doing that now. He's lost a couple of teeth whilst playing football, taking no further risks. Butterfield into Ince, tussling with Knudsen. Chris Martin. Thorne, Butterfield. The intended target, I think, was Cyrus Christie out on this right-hand touchline. Big shout from Keogh. Thorne. Warnock scrambles across. Too high for Johnny Russell. Cleared by Chambers. Possession given away cheaply by both sides in rapid succession there. This is Fraser on the move as he scuttles across the deck. And Sears up against Christie, forces the corner. Quickly taken. Sears. Chips one far post, away by Bradley Johnson. This is Jonathan Douglas. And Russell brings it away and gets caught by the Ipswich man. And he will get the yellow card. Second Ipswich player to go in the book today. Douglas loses it and then whacks the ankle of Johnny Russell. And yellow for Jonathan Douglas. A Brentford player. Brentford reached the playoffs last season. Could be another playoff campaign for him this time round with his latest club as well. Know if they can get across the line here how important the win could be. Second place up for grabs. Knudsen. Skews. Well, the frustration beginning to grow again from the Ipswich fans watching on. Keogh stretching. Breaks kindly for Fraser. Got away from Christie somehow. And bends one and it's awkward for Keogh. Made a big difference since coming on. Not a great ball from Fraser though. Steered away by Barra as Butterfield threatened to pounce. Looking down at the Derby bench, he's keeping things as they are at the moment. No real reason to change things up from a Derby perspective. Cyrus Christie can carry Derby up to halfway. Ince. Christie continues the run. He'll get there as well. Still Christie. Almost broke for Butterfield, but not quite. We have two players down here, Christoph Berra and Cyrus Christie. It came from that charge down the pitch from Cyrus Christie. Just fell into each other there. Christie at full tilt. I think the pair of them will be okay, but landed on top of each other. "20 minutes left for Ipswich to try and turn this around, or at least get back on level terms. Now, what does he do here, Mick McCarthy? He's made a couple of changes already. Still possibly got one more up his sleeve. I wonder whether Luke Varney will be thrown on at some point. That's the other attacking player he's got on the bench. Tommy Orr as well, the Australian. Christie's okay, as is Berra. Both players will have to come off in order to come back on again. Blues gives possession back to Derby. And Berra is back on. So too is Cyrus Christie. It's gone a little flat as a contest. Here's Ince. In the blink of an eye can bring a game to life. That time he's lost the ball, conceded a throw. Keogh behind it. Breaks here for Kevin Brew. Space over on the right for Chambers to work with. Sears ahead of him. Brew again. Chambers. Goes the cross from the skipper, taken down by Sears. He had Keogh right in his face. And cleared away, and Martin will chase it down. Smith the favourite. Gherkin calm under pressure. Knudsen under pressure as well from Ince. Certainly doing their bit, going to the end here. Trying to spur their team on to an equaliser. Derby, though, so tough to breach and break down. Very organised out of possession. Daryl Murphy for Knudsen. Now Douglas. Over on the far side, it's Chambers, and they're queuing up here in the middle. Murphy's in there, and it's flicked away by Thorne for the corner. Good defending. Derby staying resilient. Murphy will be a target. Berra and Smith are up from the back as well. Right over the goalkeeper, punched away by Grant, and it's Ince who will drive Derby away. He's got Russell making tracks down the right for him. He's carried this a long way, Tom Ince. And he's lost it, run out of steam in the end. And it's Brew for Ipswich. Douglas. Skews. Fraser. Well, they've lost it, and it's Johnny Russell. Just needed to break with a bit more purpose there, Ipswich, for me. Christie works it neatly with Ince. Needs an option. This is Butterfield. Martin getting into position for him, but not before Knudsen gets the challenge in. Derby corner. Ince is taking his time. He's come over for this corner kick. It'll take as long as he can possibly get away with. Shackle and Keogh up from the back. Swung in by Ince. Away by Kevin Brew. Straight back to Ince again. It's a better looking ball. Out by Daryl Murphy. Tossed back in once more. Shackle. Towards Bradley Johnson. Will sit up here for Butterfield. Short on room. That is a very good block by Skews, who got caught late by Butterfield. There was a bit of afters as well. That was ugly. No need to do that, Jacob Butterfield. Why on earth has he reacted like that? It is only yellow. He's claiming he's taking a whack to the back of the head, Jacob Butterfield, but the red mist came down there. He becomes the latest name to go in the book. Well, Butterfield just dives into Cole Skews as the ball is played. And that is not the reaction we want to see. ball goes, he just throws his head in. If anything else, he's causing a risk to his own self there, Jacob Butterfield. There's no need to do that either. And credit to Cole Skews, who just keeps his cool and doesn't react. Inside the final 15 minutes, Knudsen. Really good defending from Keogh. Made sure Sears could get nowhere near that ball. This is Fraser. Sears against Christie. Tried to get something going there with Fraser. Didn't come off. Paul Clement on that last Ipswich attack, screaming at his players to get nice and tight, nice and compact. He was worried about the space that was opening up in front of Ipswich there. Andy Vyman is getting ready for Derby. Former Aston Villa player was left out from the start today. Here's Ince. Thorne. Now Warnock joining in. Oh, makes a mess of it. I think there will be a double change for Derby, actually. Andy Vyman. And there's definitely one player coming on. He'll replace Johnny Russell. Derby's first change of the match. Russell departs. Andy Vyman comes on. Joined this summer, the Austrian from Aston Villa. 3 goals so far, all at home for Andy Vyman. Well, they'll make just the one change for now, Derby. There will be another one on the way before too long. Shackle, straight out of play. Jacob Butterfield may well be withdrawn. Seems to be the message from downstairs. Fraser. Keogh steps in. Vyman had made the run out wide and Keogh didn't spot him. Warnock. Here is Vyman. Vyman runs it straight out of play. Sears. Still plenty of energy. Full of running. It's a good ball out to Knudsen. Christie goes across. And concedes the corner. Yet again, the blue shirts stream forward into that Derby penalty area. Taken by Fraser, right over the goalkeeper again and cleared off the line. I think it was Butterfield. Oh, that was lit from Tom Ince. He's in trouble here. Out comes the yellow. Well, Tom Ince pleads his innocence, but the card is out. Ipswich have a man down. It has to be a penalty, doesn't it? Well, Chris Martin has the ball in his hands. Here's the clearance off the line from Butterfield. And Ince is very high. I tell you what, that's a very difficult call for Keith Hill. That was borderline, and Derby thought for a second they got a penalty. Chris Martin definitely thought Ipswich were going to line up with a penalty there, but it is only a free kick. Clipped in by Fraser, and away it goes. Linz is very lucky. His boot was extremely high. He's counting his lucky stars tonight. Fraser's corner. Fraser again. Nice ball. No flag on Sears. The angle's tight. And just for a second, thought it might have flown into that top corner. Really good effort. Nice ball from Fraser. It is very tight, the angle for Sears. He's drilled it for the far corner, but he's pulled it wide. Jeff Hendrick will replace Jacob Butterfield. Probably a wise move by Paul Clement, because Butterfield has been walking a bit of a tightrope. Well, here's the challenge. It's right on the edge of the line, isn't it? Ince very high with that. That is dangerous play. Tom Ince. Varney up alongside Daryl Murphy up top now. It is an attacking change from Mick McCarthy. Has to be. 7 minutes to go. And Ipswich trail by a goal to nil. Very, very close to what will be a crucial win for them in their quest to stay in touch with the top two. In fact, they will go second. Here's Thorne. Sold the pass short to Bradley Johnson. And Brew could do nothing with it, really. There is Luke Varney. Been around a bit, hasn't he? Derby County, one of his old clubs, of course, Luke Varney. Smashed away by Chris. Well, the home fans not happy with Derby because they're taking their time, trying to run the clock down. Every time there's a throw-in or a free kick or a corner. Christie. Now Ince tries the trick. Will it come off for him? No. And it is only a goal kick. Time running out for Mick McCarthy. We are inside the final 5 minutes. And what a testing Christmas period it is for his team. Some big fixtures on the way. Knudsen. Murphy rising. There appears to be no way through that Derby rear guard. Very strong as a group back there. Very organised, bossed by Shackle and Keogh, sorting out the organisation. Brew. Knudsen. Berra. Lobbed high. Murphy will rise. Got something on it. This is Sears. Tried to head it down into the path of Varney. Fraser. Brew. Need to see some urgency from Ipswich. Knudsen. Sears. Well, the flag went up on the far side. Away by Grant. Warnock. Christie. Too far ahead of Ince. Well, there's not been much in the game, has there? Two fairly evenly matched teams, and in a different kind of performance from Derby today, one where they've had to really dig in and defend and really see the game through. Hoisted high by Warnock. Hendrick. Cleared by Knudsen. What a header from Keogh. He's been brilliant. Smith. This is Keogh again. Volleyed forward by Thorne. Just in little pockets, some of the Ipswich fans heading for the exits. Not too many. Not too many. Just the odd one or two. Thorne. Ince going after this. Challenged by Smith, who hammers it off the Derby winger. Inside the final minute of the 90. There'll be 4 minutes added on, we're hearing. Vyman for Derby. Ince. Johnson calling for it, far post. Well read by Chambers. George Thorne. Vyman receives it. Four minutes confirmed to be added on. The Derby attack breaks down. Derby put the seal on it. He's played just behind Tom Ince. Big 4 minutes for Ipswich now. Skews. Struggling to find blue shirts in key areas at the moment, Ipswich. Derby just too strong at the back for them. Murphy. Challenge in from Thorne. Brew wins his team a corner. Sorry, a throw rather. Brew against Vyman. Several blue shirts in the area, but it doesn't reach the area. And this is Chris Martin. Inces straight through the middle for him. I think he's going to try and run the clock down some more here, Chris Martin. Derby not too keen to get bodies in the Ipswich box. Here's Hendrick. Ince does get in there now. Hendrick can't find him. Daryl Murphy. Varney. First real touch of the match for him since coming on from the bench. Skews takes over. Fraser's first touch let him down. Crunching challenge from Cyrus Christie. Tossed in by Knudsen. Grant coming and getting there. Martin. Ince. Fireman is in space and it's found him. Chambers goes across. Bradley Johnson might try his luck here and stings the palms of Gherkin. That was a ferocious effort from Bradley Johnson. Had time to pick his spot and Gherkin does well to deal with it. Chris Baird about to come on for Derby. Well, here comes the change. Tom Ince is the man making way. It's the goal scorer who looks to have won it for his team here in Suffolk. That first half goal. And quite a productive week for him, hasn't it? Hat-trick on Tuesday and a goal here today. Lyman on the corner. Or just hold it in that corner with Chris Martin. Can Ipswich get one last attack going? Left now. I think you call this a professional performance. I think that's manager speak for it. That's how they describe it. Derby go second. One goal enough to win it. Far from a classic. It will not matter to Paul Clement's men. They will know this is a significant win. Notoriously difficult to get 3 points out of Portman Road, but Tom Ince's first half strike has done exactly that. And Derby now have lost just one of their last 16 games. Ipswich, well, just struggling to put runs of wins together, especially at home. That's where they're struggling. And they've been beaten here today by 1-0. Full time at Portman Road. Derby march on. Ipswich 0. Derby County 1.
Seduciendo. By design.
Deslumbrando. By design.
Growing up in Kenya, my sister and I were very close. But like any sisters, we fought a lot. She always got new clothes, and I always got hand-me-downs. Now she's putting her children through school in Kenya. We still fight sometimes, especially when I send money for the kids. I tell her, buy some clothes for the younger one, and we both laugh.
With nearly 500,000 locations, our app and online, this is moving money for better.
The stars of La Liga are on beIN Sports. After being torpedoed by Villarreal's Yellow Submarine, the Santiago Bernabeu will be in no mood for another failure from Rafa Benitez and Real Madrid. Rayo Vallecano are heading across the city to try to impose more pain on their city cousins. Real Madrid versus Rayo Vallecano. Tomorrow on beIN Sports. Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, Thomas Berdych, Richard Gasquet, and defending champion David Federer. Catch all the action. Qatar ExxonMobil 2016 on beIN Sports.
Si quiere mayor tamaño, si quiere más poder, si quiere más fuerza, si quiere terminar cuando quiera, si quiere. Pruebe con Potency Men y Super Sin. Ahora sí, demuestre toda su fuerza y vigor con Potency Men y para mayor tamaño, Super Sin. 7 años en los Estados Unidos y más de 500,000 de usuarios no se pueden equivocar. Para mayor potencia, Potency Men, el potenciador sexual tradicional. Para mayor tamaño, Super Sin. 100% natural, altamente efectivo, sin contraindicaciones, sin receta, sin efectos secundarios. Llame ahora y recibirá totalmente gratis Super Sin con su orden de Potency Men. Pero si llama ahora mismo, le enviamos totalmente gratis Potency Now, acción instantánea, para no esperar más. Potency Now, resultados sorprendentes y en instantes, en promoción exclusiva, gratis con su orden de Potency Men. No espere, llame ya.
The Serie A is on beIN Sports. Juventus continue their mission to close down the league leaders and retain the Scudetto with an away trip to struggling Carpe. Tomorrow on beIN Sports. You are watching beIN Sports, the international sports network.
It is Bologna taking on Empoli as matchday 17 kicks off in the Serie A here on beIN Sports. 2 teams in good form in the last 6 games, both with 13 points along that period of time. Third behind Juventus, Inter Milan in the form table over the last 6 games. A couple of changes for Bologna due to injury and suspension.
Yeah, Roberto Donadoni's done a wonderful job in charge for 6 games as turned Bologna's season around. He makes 3 changes from the 1-0 win over Genoa. Adam Messina back at left back, replacing Morleo. Kristitig taking over for the suspended Diawara in the central midfield role. Brienza moving up into the attacking midfield trio for the injured Luca Rizzo, so that means Godfred Donza steps into midfield.
And then for Empoli, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it, says Giampaolo.
Yeah, Marco Giampaolo going with the exact same 11 for the 3rd straight match. The same side that beat Verona 1-0 and Carpi 3-0. Ricardo Saponara has been a fantastic playmaker.
Sure has. Macaroni, of course, experiencing a renaissance as well. More on this with Kickoff when we return.
Seduciendo. By design.
Deslumbrando. By design.
Is the new Panini FIFA 365 official sticker album, featuring more than 800 of the world's top stars from all your favorite clubs on less than 500 stickers. Start your collection today. Available at select retailers and online at icollectpanini.com. Panini!
Here's something to shout from the mountaintop. Cricket's plans start at $35 a month after $5 auto-pay credit, with more 4G LTE coverage nationwide than T-Mobile or Sprint. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
My father came here with a dream and $20 in his pocket. When he finally sent for us, we had to sleep on the floor of his kitchen. 40 years later, he owns 5 stores. He's never forgotten the family that looked after us back in Pakistan and sends them money as a gift every year. I admire his success, but I admire his values even more.
This is sending money to nearly 500,000 Western Union agent locations, our app, or online. This is moving money for better.
Okay, we're here. There's Dad, Mom, the twins, Aunt Alice.
You didn't tell me Aunt Alice was coming.
Of course.
Don't forget Grandpa. Can the test drive be over now? Maybe just head back to the dealership.
Don't you want to meet my family?
Yep, totally.
It's practically yours, but we still need your signature. The Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event. 0 do-it signing, 0 down, 0 deposit, and 0 first month's payment on a new Jetta and other select models.
The Stadio Dallara, Mattia Destro and Bologna getting set to take on Empoli here. Serie A coverage on beIN Sports. Terry Lee alongside Andres Cordero. Thank you so much for watching. We've got the first matchup of the round ahead, and it's an exciting one due to the influx of managerial displays here from new and newer managers on both sides of the pitch.
That's what the surprise teams in Serie A this season, meeting at Dallara with the stage all to themselves. Let's take a listen to the Serie A anthem. Under Roberto Donadoni, turning the season around for Bologna. 13 points over the last 6 games since he's been in charge, climbing from 3rd bottom to 13th. Maybe a chance to move to a 3rd straight win after an impressive win over Napoli and against Genoa. Donadoni has really brought the best out of this Bologna side, who really struggled through the first 10 or so games of the season. Empoli, meanwhile, I think might miss Maurizio Sarri, who had so many accolades for the way that Empoli played last season, but under Marco Giampaolo, they've been on new heights. Top half of the table, something they didn't achieve at any point last season. 12th, as well as they did in the 14-15 campaign, 2014-2015, that is. 9th place at the moment. Chance to climb into 2 points.
Absolutely, and 36-year-old himself, Massimo Maccarone, experiencing a bit of a renaissance under this manager as well.
Yeah, got a couple of goals against Carpi and a 3-0 win for his side. And really, the front three have been fantastic for Empoli. When you look at what Saponara has done, he's been involved in 10 goals. He's scored 5, assisted 5. It's about half of Empoli's goals for this season. Uccerelli with 2 goals, 2 assists to his credit, and Maccarone turning the clock back as well, the old Middlesbrough man, with 5 goals already this season.
And Saponara would like to add to his tally, of course, turning 24 on Monday. It'll be a happy early birthday for him as Marco Giampaolo looks on here and looking to extend a rather impressive streak. 3 straight wins for Empoli, and all of them clean sheet victories.
It was a bit unfortunate to watch Roberto Donadoni go down with the ship at Parma as that situation unfolded last season, but back in Serie A, the old Italy national team manager, and thriving at the moment.
Okay, let's get to the kickoff here from the Dallara. It's Bologna and Empoli kicking off our Serie A coverage here. We've got your commentators, Paul Visca and Owen Nilsson, for the first half. Enjoy.
These two sides recently in Serie B and cutting their way through Serie A in the winter months. So we're underway here, the first whistle of the match, and it was Empoli wearing the white strip and blue shorts, rosso blu, red and dark blue stripes for the home side.
Moving up into the attack line. I mentioned Rizzo out injured, and those changes for Bologna could completely change how they approach this match, as Rizzo Diawara have been their in-form players, a lot of pressing in different areas of the field. Rizzo down the left-hand side has been a complete fury.
Bursting forward, is that a first corner kick of the game? As we eventually get the time up on the screen for you. Bursting forward was Safir Taider, the Algerian, who started his career with Bologna a few years back, and his first opportunity of the game for them now. 1 minute on the clock.
Empoli have already conceded 5 goals from corners, the worst defence in Serie A.
Headed away that time. Maccaroni there at the front post. Had 10 goals last season, Maccaroni, but only 2 of them before the end of the calendar year. And already some way ahead of that in this year's campaign. Amazing how long he can run. This 36-year-old. English viewers or those of an international audience may well remember him with Middlesbrough. How long ago was that? 10 years and some. As we see the Frenchman Lorigny, a good pass, Mazina.
That was after his exploits for the under-21s at the European Championship finals.
Kanumu knocking it back into Mirante. Both keepers indeed have been in excellent form. Mentioned Skorupski in the tunnel. Mirante's made some crucial saves for Bologna in this recent run.
Even last week alone, earned his salary for 3 months for that victory against Genoa.
But a curious position the two sides find themselves in. They started the campaign with poor form. Bologna, particularly under Delio Rossi, changed the initials of the coach and seems to have changed the outlook of the team. As Roberto Donadoni has presided over 4 wins and a draw in his 6 matches since the 1st of November. No coaching change for Empoli, but they had 4 losses and a draw in their opening 6. Since then, just gone from strength to strength as Maccaroni has a first sight of goal, but no concern there for Mirante as it's dragged well wide.
Yeah, but looking back at the pure statistics, you can see 4 defeats in the first 6 rounds for Empoli, but they were already playing some silky football. And that loss, even at the Giuseppe Meazza against Milan, was undeserved, and so they're eventually getting the results that their earlier play deserved. May say they're actually getting results that they've not actually earned on the pitch recently, but their convincing victory over Carpi last week was just a complete display of how they can step up a gear when they need to score their 3 goals in 15 minutes in the second half. And that was a side that Fiorentina didn't score against in the following midweek match in the Team Cup.
Absolutely. Zielinski, who haven't brought into the game yet, with a wonderful half-volleyed pass in that match to set up the first goal for Maccaroni, as we see the replay. Also the Empoli captain just seemed to strike the upper arm there, but a throw in to follow. Mario Rui, the Portuguese. Same formation as we saw under Maurizio Sarri, and perhaps a wise move from Gianpaolo. And back to what Paul was saying in the quality of the football that we've seen from the Tuscan side in the season as a whole this year. Here's Buchel, a former Bologna player, involved with them in Serie B. And a challenge there from Paredes.
Buchel getting a couple of goals late on in the season, pushing Bologna back into Serie A.
It wasn't the easiest of times for them as the bigger side. They were taken over by North American Italian president and chairman Copina and Joey Saputo, the latter remaining as the second corner kick is about to come in. And he crept through in 3rd place via the playoffs. They do better this time. Again, it's Maccaroni there at the front post, moving away from danger. Zielinski running round. Polish 21-year-old and a young-looking team, all told here for Empoli. Saponara turning 24 on Monday. Zielinski just 21. Meanwhile, Brienza gives it short. Fast passing Donza still a teenager. And that drilled in from the Frenchman Mounier, who was the one that gave them some hope in the early part of the season with his goals. Hasn't scored since October.
At the start of his Italian adventure, every shot was a goal for Mounier. Now it's his all-round team contribution that keeps him in the starting 11. Also perhaps the injury to Giaccherini, lessening competition somewhat in that attack line.
Now hoping Giaccherini will be back in time for the first game of the new year. Have a little break on now with Saponara, hoping to get back into the Italian national side. Maccaroni, first shot in venom, and Maccaroni stings the gloves of Mirante. 7th minute of the first half.
We said he's on form. Let loose there from well outside the box. Shot swerving in front of Mirante, but there's to be something even more special to beat Mirante in this form. Both teams are looking very relaxed. Interesting to hear Marco Giampaolo coming out with the statement that his team will be training also tomorrow after this match. Didn't like the way that the players arrived with their suitcases packed, their suitcase trolleys wheeled along behind them, and Giampaolo said, "Tell you what, lads, back in the office tomorrow. We'll have another training session, and we'll think about the holidays in due time."
Definitely putting a marker down. Is he trying to rebuild his standing after being one of those touted to be a big thing in Italian football?
Has always been spoken in the same berth as current Juventus coach, who's also been at Milan. But Giampaolo has never reached the same heights as Allegri, although both coming from the same school of coaching.
Had that troublesome spell with Brescia, which ended abruptly. A Saponara, and then he's laid off Zielinski. Well, he got away the left-footed shot, the pole, but rising all the time. Goal kick to follow.
That's a great opportunity. Free shot out just at the edge of the box, with nobody in front of you, and on your favourite foot. You see the replay of Maccaroni's swerving into Mirante. As you mentioned, rather warm temperatures for the time of year. Right throughout it, but it doesn't stop Giampaolo from wearing his heavy winter coat. There's that good luck charm there.
He does have a look of a super nerd, Giampaolo. I'm sure he'd wear that in beach surroundings as well. At 8.5 minutes gone here. That was the best moment. Zielinski, 1 goal of the 20 scored by Empoli this season. Failed to get his radar right on that occasion as the throw-in goes to Paredes, and he hooks it long forward. The youngster in midfield, bouncing ball as Mirante takes.
You mentioned nerd in the sense that his highly detailed match preparation is second to none. He's actually a cigar-chewing coach, even on the training field. Puffs away on his cigar, much to the players' bemusement. Bit of a raconteur.
Absolutely. Brienza in the run back. Energy there, enough to slow the charge down the right side, and forcing back to Tonelli. He's been amongst the goals as well himself, sure to be dangerous should a corner kick appear for Empoli. Just 2 in the game, both for the home side. Brienzi again, and then Donza knocking back.
So Tonelli back in amongst the goals. Both he and Costa scoring the winners before that success over Carpi. That was the first time the defenders have come to the fore this season for Empoli. In fact, Tonelli had already scored 4 of his 5 goals last term before round 16 last year. So under Giampaolo, weaker defending from corners and not as dangerous attacking from corners. But it's a link-up play which is still very impressive for the team working from defence. Everything spins round that number 5, Riccardo Saponara. Perhaps eventually shaking off this tag as being a Milan reject. I'm beginning to believe it himself that he's not a Milan reject, that he actually can make it at the top level. Even the likes of Borussia Dortmund are interested in taking the trequartista.
Well, we've seen some of the symphony of his talents in the season up to now. A wonderful free kick that decided the game with Palermo when he struck it underneath the wall and crept inside the near post. And assist-wise, he's leading the line for Empoli. 5 for him to Zielinski's 3. Hasn't had the opportunity yet, though. Just playing in behind Pucciarelli. Himself has a couple of goals. One of those at the Marassi was an exquisite effort on the turn, his last indeed. But no action so far for him. And just that one shot from Macaroni that was indeed dragged well wide of goal. Hard to fully predict the way this one was going to go, looking at the form coming in and the confidence of the two sides. Could have been a goal-scoring game. After 11 minutes, not too much action, but both teams still getting into their stride. We saw that 2-2 with Empoli and Fiorentina, where the smaller cousins, as it were, of Tuscany took a 2-goal lead, only to see Fiorentina come storming back, and Skorupski saving the day late on, and here he is now on the ball.
That same weekend there was a 2-2 draw here between Bologna and Roma. And we've got to say that Bologna haven't started the match with the same vigour as they displayed against the Romans or against the Neapolitans. That 3-2 success just a couple of weeks back. Yeah, they really from the kick-off pushed and harried and stressed their opponents. Bologna more than Empoli now thinking about the hard-end winter break with a breather over the top 3, bottom 3 relegation places. Well, they can see the teams that actually finished ahead of Serie B. Frosinone and Carpi struggling further down the table, and so that's one victory already for Bologna. As you mentioned, their fight to get into the top flight, going round the long way. Attention now for this third corner.
They floated towards the back post. Meunier trying the most ambitious of efforts and leaning back all the time. Drilled wide, left of goal. So the play to be restarted by Skorupski. When Bologna got to the 7th game of the season, which was the back end of September, they had just 3 points and were bottom of the table. Deli Rossi under serious pressure. He was parachuted in right at the end of last season to replace the Uruguayan former Cagliari coach Diego Lopez. Managed to get them through that last difficult period into the playoffs, despite the ignominy of having Carpi and Frosinone finish above them.
But they never actually excelled under De La Rossi, even in the playoffs. Didn't win that many matches, only because they finished higher up the table. Made their way back into the top flight.
Absolutely. Castaldo actually struck the crossbar here in injury time in the second leg of the semi-final. Those were the finest of margins that almost halted the North American Italian revolution. Money pumped into the club last January, February. 30 million euros, they were saying in the newspapers, as the free kicks given. And Joey Saputo, Tacopina at the time, who since moved on. So he had big plans, or continued to do so, the Canadian-Italian Saputo, the owner and president. And obviously, Italian football at the highest level is the fundamental component of that, as we see Zielinski give it short. Quick feet from Bukel. And this should be the first corner kick of the half for Empoli as we finish the first 15 minutes. Donadoni, who had that difficult time with Parma, who kept his dignity in everybody's eyes as players continue to do their best out on the pitch. Getting another opportunity just nearby here at Bologna, but it is Empoli with the chance now. We mentioned Tonelli's danger
also
from
Costa, who scored recently.
time to get it in. Referee, all eyes on the 6-yard box. There it goes, front post. Donsa off balance, but a header out for the second corner kick.
And the target was Costa. You mentioned Parma last season. That was Costa was last on target in the first match of 2015. That shock win for Parma as they were going through turmoil against Fiorentina. Costa was a man on the score sheet. He's looking to add to this season's tally.
Canumo, then the driven shot. It was Mario Rui, Portuguese left back, running onto that ball. Brienza closing. Switch the play to the left side, aiming for Maccarone. Well defended overall there by Bologna. Indeed, going back to Costa, she started his early career with Bologna. And doing the research for this game, like 6 degrees of separation. There's a lot of links between players, coaches, and the past, as that kick out from Mirante was poor. Indeed, here is one of them. He played in Donadoni's first game as the keeper for Parma. And in that match, Destro, Rossettini and Brienza played for Siena. Those three spread out.
Gianpaolo wasn't coach, was it, of Siena? He moved on already.
I have it on good authority. He was watching on television, and that also adds him to the statistic. Mirante inside his 18-yard box, surveying the play, hits it wide to the left side. I'll try not to bore you with too many of those spurious statistics, but sometimes they are worth adding in. Greek Lucanumo, a bit of confusion there. Gastaldello, of Sampdoria fame, before dropping down to Serie B, and must have been heartened with last season's promotion.
As you said, they had a transfer kitty last January in Gastaldello. Was one of the big names that they went for. Serie A experience at the heart of the defence. Da Costa, the goalkeeper. 2 players taken from Sampdoria. Sampdoria captain. That's an easy thing to do.
Well, it was an emotional last game away from him at Torino, and he got a big applause from the travelling fans of Samp at the Stadio Olimpico in Turin. As you sometimes see, think of Sorrentino, Palermo, who dropped down with the Rosanero after half a season into Serie B. Captain now and re-established at the top level. Good agents, Paul, perhaps. Sometimes.
And also courage from the players. They drop down a category.
That's a pass. Saponara for the first goal. Wonderful save. And Mirante denies Saponara. 19th minute of the first half.
This slick link-up play once again for Empoli, carving open the Bologna defence. But Mirante, the player we've mentioned already this evening, his form keeps the home side on level terms.
Well, it was the former Bologna midfielder Buchel who slid the pass through that yawning gap in the Bologna defence, and you can see the disappointment there of Donadoni. And corner kick number 3 to follow for Empoli.
Donadoni will be concerned because his team don't have the edge this evening. The edge that they've shown against the bigger teams when they've really dug in deep for those points.
They have conceded 4 in the last 2 home games, and that could be a reckless challenge. Well, the referee than happy to allow play to go on there. Kisetic, the one sliding in. Actually given his debut under Zeman with Rossettini, his partner tonight in defence at right back for Cagliari. Tednik Zeman, if you need his first name. And here is Rossettini laying back. That's a corner kick as well.
Konomu, he was also in Cagliari last season. They didn't get much of a look in, while another ex-Cagliaritani did play well, did get the attention of also the big clubs. Don Sa.
Here's that chance again, Saponara. Well, he took his chance quickly, but Mirante, so speedy off his line, closed it down quickly, shying to the right and the left, a near post on his right side, and managed to get the shoulder in the way as the shot went across his body. Good save from the keeper. Best chance of the game so far. Again, everyone congregated on the edge of the 6-yard. More work to do for Mirante. And another corner kick and make that number 5.
Going for a goal direct from the corner flag. Bucciarelli places the ball down once again. Will try and surprise Miranda for the second time in succession.
Actually, Leandro Paredes there just on this corner kick. Menacing curl to it once again. This time, the referee signalled a throw in. But a better spell of the game now as we approach the midway point of this first half. Going back, Bologna conceded 2 against Napoli in that victory. They scored the first 3 goals before the firepower of the Partenopei gave them a worrisome finish to the match. And then 2-2 at Roma in that deluge that drenched the Dallara. Last clean sheet here was that wonderful 3-0 victory, Donadoni's first against Atalanta on the first day of November. Saponara lays off. Buchel. Good strength. Actually taken the nationality of Liechtenstein this last couple of months. Buchel, born in Austria, has played for Liechtenstein national team since the winter came into view in October. Coach familiar to all of us now, once again, if he never wasn't, Roberto Mancini with the blue side of Manchester. Before moving out on loan, as Paul says. There's Rossettini with the ball in hand.
But Empoli, a very good place for these young midfielders to go and show that they've got what it takes in Serie A. Last year we saw with Vicino, who was happily recalled to Fiorentina, is now first team regular under Sosa. And the same could be said next season for Paredes, 21-year-old on loan from Roma. He's now playing confidently at the heart of midfield. But last week, he won the ball back 18 times.
This is a great chance. Bucciarelli to open the scoring. Big deflection. First goal. Empoli take the lead in the 24th minute. Bologna 0, Empoli 1.
It was their third chance. We've seen Big Mac on target. Saponara come close, and then the third opportunity breaks to the third striker, Bucciarelli. And the break in front of the goal does the damage. Mirante had guessed right, but the deflection sent the ball the opposite way. And Empoli, who have started the brighter of the two sides, deservedly in front.
Well, Mirante can be in the most sparkling form he wants. He can't do anything about things like this. Does it strike the arm or the face of Rossettini? Either way, watch Mirante, not a chance. Ricochets into the centre of goal. Bucciarelli, I don't think he's going to get that one. The replay suggesting it was going well wide, so fortune there, but not for the Bologna defender. He had 2 goals in his last 2 games from corner kicks. Make that 3 in 3, but one of those is going to be down as an own goal. But again, as Paul's saying there, they've started the better Empoli, and that's exactly the type of reward you get when you continue to push forward. They opened up some space. We already saw that pass from Buchel and the opportunity for Saponara in the 19th minute. Corner kicks coming aplenty in the last 10 minutes or so. And eventually the pressure tells, and Empoli, who are going for, remember, a record first ever 4 straight victories in Serie A, have the lead. 25 minutes on the clock.
And they're working harder. But if they can make 4 victories in succession with 4 clean sheets, Gianpaolo really has produced something special in the month of December.
Well, the press always has a tendency to get overexcited. Commentators too, at times. But coaches know that first and foremost they need to get to safety, and that echoed in pre-match press conferences. Another thing that Gianpaolo was saying is that no one is going to be up for sale, at least as far as he's concerned, when the January transfer market looms onto the horizon. Empoli is certainly a side of great consistency in terms of personnel, as we can see the goal again. A wicked deflection, Mirante.
But the final pass coming from Riccardo Saponara, once again just shuffling the ball on for Pucciarelli. The link-up play also with Macaroni in that move. What a delight to see. Zielinski, Paredes and Buchel. You would never say they're defensive midfielders. They love to push forward as well, but then when they need to put in the shift, they do so. I've got to say that Marco Gianpaolo pulled out a wonderful psychological move by saying to the players, you're back in the office tomorrow, even if you win. It's no Christmas holiday for you. You've got to earn it. That's what they're doing.
Probably helps having had Macaroni at Siena when he was in charge some years back as the leader and captain. Here's the cross in, booming header from the Greek defender, but danger not cleared just yet. The tester, momentarily at least, as Mirante looks about his business again, though very focused. He roll out quickly to release this attack. The Frenchman Meunier, he lays off first time. Krisetic goes down, fouled, and the Italian under 21. Some difficulty there. Under 21, as the referee has a word with Saponara, whose record of red cards has gone up this season. He totally lost his composure in the campaign and took a 3-game suspension. No yellow cards though here as we move up towards the half-hour mark. Chance for Bologna after conceding that goal just 3-4 minutes ago. Brienzo scored a brilliant long-range effort, was from open play against Atalanta, looking to get the assist on this free kick. Nice height, and the free header in the middle. Is it Rossettini trying to make up for the unfortunate own goal? Indeed it was.
Rossettini again timing his run to perfection, getting in behind the defence, but the ball dropped too quickly for him. Just struck his arm rather than his forehead.
We saw the apoplexy of Gasparini when Rossettini arrived 91st minute in last week's game against Genoa, put in a wonderful header across the keeper.
Yeah, soaring through the sky like a griffin. Silence the Marassi.
Athletic reindeer for this time of year, but crucially the 3 points and in front of the home quarter as well. Saponara thought about shooting at goal, laid off, and then the shot. Oh, strikes the post. Pucciarelli again.
The mistake by Krisetic in the centre of the park, almost punished with a double advantage for Empoli. Every time they come forward, they are creating chances. And Bologna need to wake up. We did mention that those two losses, Rizzo and Diawara, are important absences for how this Bologna team works as a unit. And they simply haven't got going at all this evening. If they don't wake up, they're going to be too far behind before they reach the half-time whistle.
Absolutely. If we look back at the last half-dozen midfield formations, I don't see 2 of 3 names out there today. It was Taider, Diawara and Brienza against Genoa. Same again against Napoli. Brighi against Torino. So having to reorganise things, and young players, and Krisetic just his first start since round 3, substitute the game after that. So having to adapt. Although, I have to say, it's good to see Donadoni sticking with youth. Saw Jose Mauri, who's now at Milan. Donadoni gave his first game to at Parma, and a brilliant young player. But we'll take a look at this. A brilliant shot it was, and so close to the second goal. Perfect angle there, and just fraction of an inch from creeping inside the post, and a second goal here for Empoli, but it wasn't to be.
You said about getting the breaks. We got the break in the first goal. They didn't get a break at all. The rebound going straight into the arms of Mirante. That's the only thing you'd have hoped for. The goalkeeper put straight on the ground as he was.
Interesting going back to Krisetic though, with Zeman and then Donadoni playing faith in him. You think that would give a lot of confidence, but it is still a big test against a side in great form such as Empoli are. This could be danger though. First touch really for Destro, and he puts it over the bar. We haven't said his name until now. The 31st minute, goal kick comes from it.
It's all about, as Destro's game down to it, he's not involved in the action. You don't think he's been off the ball. He's doing a lot of running. There's the replay once again with a shot off the post. Macroni was there, Saponara was there. The rebound breaking in favour of the home side.
Well, such is the confidence. Heavy that touch there. He scored regularly indeed. 4 goals in the last 5 games for Mattia Destro, 24-year-old.
6 shots on target, Owen. So that shot off target doesn't ruin his statistics that much.
Absolute fountain of numbers here around this first game. Round 17 of Serie A. And it's not too good on a single digit at the moment, with Bologna a goal behind here at home. They haven't lost since Donadoni came in to save the day. 2 victories and a draw. And their record at home before that, lost every single game. 5 from 5 under Delio Rossi, who was a lame duck, it seemed, from the off. As Bukel, well, got a game close enough to it. Strike that from the record, a filthy lie, because Frosinone, they lost here, the Dallara. So 4 defeats and 1 home win. But Bukel, that shot, couldn't keep it under control. He just lashed it from 30 yards out. Okanumo.
Haven't seen anything at all of Mazzina bombing down this left-hand side. The full-back into the Italy under-21 setup. Also attracting the attention of Antonio Conte, who's only just started his under-21 career.
Oh, that's an error in the back. Destro, quick turn. What about this, referee? Just a yellow card. Wow, Costa making a rash challenge on the edge of the area, and Mariani coming straight up to him. Let's have another look. It does seem offside there, Destro, but off Tonelli, and then his partner in the back 4 trying to cut out the danger, taking his man down, and Bologna with a great chance to level.
A moment's indecision from Tonelli, putting Costa in difficulty. It's a set piece within Brienza territory. And Costa looking over at the referee's assistant, saying, please, can you raise that flag of yours? And their lead striker is in offside position. Will help us out very much. Here you can see Brienza with Giaccherini, so there's no real competition there. There's Adam Mazzina fancies chances.
It's not going to be easy to beat Skorupski. Some of the saves that the Empoli stoppers put in recently, even against Carpi and Verona from point-blank range. He did it again against Lazio from Parolo. Some superb stops from the keeper. Definitely been on the tanning machine. Maybe the teeth whitening too. Lighting up that goal. Most naturally, but he's got work to do at this moment here. 35th minute of the first half. 4 Bologna players over the ball. Surely the left boot of the veteran Brienza. Referee taking an age to get the game going again. Finally, seems if Brienza's going to run onto it. We've got 2, 4, 7 players for Empoli in the wall, plus Donsa and Krisetic. Zina now having a word with Mariani, the referee.
get his magic spray out once again to make sure the players stay back the full distance. It's going to be for Brienza from Taider.
Brienza. Oh, what a goal! Bologna are level. Brienza blasts it in for Bologna, who go 1-1 with Empoli in the 36th minute.
He said Skorupski needed something special to be beaten. Well, that was something special indeed. An absolute rocket from Brienza. It was past the goalkeeper before he even saw it.
Doesn't score simple goals, does he, Brienza? The one against Atalanta was 35 yards and flew in the top corner. This one from the edge of the area, but does just the same. Curling away all the time. No keeper, Gigi Buffon or anyone else could have got close to that. A brilliant equalising goal for Bologna. Rather against the runner play of well, but coming from that Tonelli error, and then Costa trying to make up for it, committing the foul and punished crucially there by Bologna. So all square here at the Dallara.
Bologna also catching on to Empoli from kick-off. The ball laid off by Saponara for Tonelli. Exactly as they did with the first kick of the match. Bologna closing down this time. The central defender whose slip-up led to that free kick. But then Empoli can say, well, Destro was in an offside position in the first place.
And the first goal conceded for Empoli in their last 3 games as well. As we take a look at that restart once again. Previous was the double by Kalinic of Fiorentina. They threw away a 2-goal lead, you could say. Not so much of Macaroni since that early shot, remember, that he just put a metre or 2 wide. Donsa. Settini further forward. He's played in the centre of a back four for the majority of his career. Caidier.
That was one of the first moves that Donadoni made when he arrived here. He took Rossettini, made him a right back. Place of Maeta. Under 21 setup. Well, they had been playing badly, just needed some more. Donadoni needed more experience in there.
Well, 39th minute of the game. A moment of reassessment for Empoli. They're looking so dangerous. Remember, struck the post after the opening goal. But Bologna far more fight in them these days as Brienza crosses in. Another testing ball, the header. It's Rossettini. Wide of goal. He's a constant threat in the air.
Another scintillating delivery from Brienza.
Absolutely, sharing the assists with Mazzina. Much opportunity to get forward down the left side. As an opportunity to be read about today, though, a full page in the Gazzetta. To light all areas of his life, and those sort of things only happen when you're putting in performances of note, as he has the ball now. Easy decision for the referee. Just let this one be taken. Size different, absolute beast, Mazzina. Man beast as he makes the throw down towards Munier. Boy, man, I should say, or something of that sort. Anyway, moving on. Tonelli, disappointed he couldn't put that one inside. Munier lays off. Closely packed defensive formation for Empoli. Have to see that one go straight out. So 40 minutes played here at the Dallara. 24th minute opening goal by Pucciarelli, and then this from Brienza. 2 touches from his teammates as he ran onto it. So that confuse the defence. Towards halfway. Paider. Saponara. Floated pass, referee. Doesn't see enough of an advantage there, so blows the whistle for the foul.
Little nudge from Pucciarelli on Mazzina. See the height difference, head difference in height between left back for Bologna, the striker and goal scorer this evening for Empoli. Until that is the Lega Serie A. View the video evidence. Should actually award it as an own goal. Rossettini's deflection clearly taking it away from the path of Mirante.
Another random stat view. The last time these two sides met in Serie A, January 2004. His scorer, Di Natale. The scoring for the Tuscans before Bologna came back. 33rd minute equaliser and won it in the second half. Are we going to see history repeated? Maccarone. Zielinski, oh, cheeky pass. Oh, what a goal! Zielinski's done it again. He puts it over the top. He finds Maccarone in 2 games in a row. The duo combine and Empoli have the lead again.
And Maccarone does it again. Slipping once again through the offside trap. And Maccarone, with all his experience, one-on-one against Mirante this time. You've got to understand, a little drink of beer celebration. It is the time to be festive. And Maccarone, again on the score sheet, playing a lovely 1-2 onside. A delightful finish.
It's top quality. What else can you say for Empoli? Last week they did just that against Carpi. And Maccarone collects his 6th goal of the season. Just broke double figures in the last campaign. And 36 years young, he's still doing the business for Empoli. A real show of goals the last couple. Brienza from the dead ball, and this teamwork and what they're doing on the training ground with Gianpaolo certainly paying off, as we're seeing week in, week out. High quality of football and passing in attack for Empoli. Saponara. After a number of years in Italy's second flight, finished 15th last term. And if they win this here provisionally, they're going to go on to 27 points in 6th place. As we see this corner kick come in the 45th minute on the clock. Tonelli loses out to Rossettini. Bukel, who's tenacious from Donza, and the counter-attack is on. No, it's not. Munier, got excited and had a sniff of the ball, crossing the halfway line, whipped away from him. It was the Frenchman, Lorini, on the far side, who made that defensive intervention. Meanwhile, Mazzina. It's reminiscent of the Napoli goal as Destro is still there for Destro. Unbelievable! Destro equalises!
Tenacity all the way from the striker. He knew the ball was going to fall to his feet, and when it did, he spun and swept it into the back of the net out of nothing. Bologna back level. Destro, his 5th goal in 6 appearances. Is that his first shot on target this evening?
Razor sharp reactions from Matteo Destro, and the 45th minute finishes. We are all square here. A Christmas bumper for the first game of round 17. Take a look at this. The keeper goes down, but still everything to do. 4 defenders inside the 18-yard box. And after failing to score for the opening part of the campaign. Roberto Donadoni has put his magic spell over Matteo Destro.
Tonelli and Costa again getting mixed up as they did in the move that led to the free kick. Again, Destro was involved. A complete handful for the two central defenders. They just can't get to grips with him. Bologna back on level terms without really having played any real football in this first half. That's 4 goals for you to savour. See, we'll get another 4 after the break.
Absolutely. So the instant.
Seduciendo. By design.
Si soy yo.
Deslumbrando. By design.
This year, give your family a gift you can't get from those other guys. Hurry to T-Mobile today and get 4 lines with up to 6 gigs each. Just $30 a line. That's 6 gigs each, plus unlimited video streaming with Binge On. Stream Netflix, HBO Now, Hulu, and more without using your data. And just in time for the holidays, unwrap the hottest Samsung phones for $100 off and pay $0 out the door. This weekend, only at T-Mobile.
Growing up in Kenya, my sister and I were very close. But like any sisters, we fought a lot. She always got new clothes, and I always got hand-me-downs. Now she's putting her children through school in Kenya. We still fight sometimes, especially when I send money for the kids. I tell her, buy some clothes for the younger one, and we both laugh.
With nearly 500,000 locations, our app and online, this is moving money for better.
The stars of La Liga are on beIN Sports. After being torpedoed by Villarreal's Yellow Submarine, the Santiago Bernabéu will be in no mood for another failure from Rafa Benitez and Real Madrid. Rayo Vallecano are heading across the city to try to impose more pain on their city cousins. Real Madrid versus Rayo Vallecano. Tomorrow on beIN Sports. Monday Night Soccer is back with the highlights of the most important games of the week. Every Monday on beIN Sports.
Si quiere mayor tamaño, si quiere más poder, si quiere más fuerza, si quiere terminar cuando quiera, si quiere. Pruebe con Potency Men y Super Sin. Ahora sí, demuestre toda su fuerza y vigor con Potency Men y para mayor tamaño, Super Sin. 7 años en los Estados Unidos y más de 500,000 de usuarios no se pueden equivocar. Para mayor potencia, Potency Men, el potenciador sexual tradicional. Para mayor tamaño, Super Sin. 100% natural, altamente efectivo, sin contraindicaciones, sin receta, sin efectos secundarios. Llame ahora y recibirá totalmente gratis Super Sin con su orden de Potency Men. Pero si llama ahora mismo, le enviamos totalmente gratis Potency Now, acción instantánea, para no esperar más. Potency Now, resultados sorprendentes y en instantes, en promoción exclusiva, gratis con su orden de Potency Men. No espere, llame ya.
Bologna, Empoli, we are at halftime, 2 goals apiece. When you have a 13th place team taking on a 19th place team in the Serie A, are you shocked to see so many goals?
No, I've been saying all season that Serie A has been the most wildly entertaining league for about a year, because the second half of last season as well, though the title race wasn't quite there, this has been absolutely magical. From the woodwork being hit to a fantastic free kick goal to Macarone celebrating by taking a swig of beer before coming on. 2 late goals. It's had everything you could ask for. It's been wildly entertaining.
Yes, and we're going to show a couple of those chances and, of course, all the goals from the first half in just a moment here. And our Serie A coverage continues all day on Sunday. Take a look at this lineup. Unbelievable. Set your alarms And join us at 6:25 a.m. Eastern for Juventus away to Carpi. And then, could it be Rudy Garcia's final game in charge of Roma? They're going to take on Genoa at 8:30 a.m. Eastern with pregame at 8:30, kickoff at 9. Of course, AC Milan away to Frosinone, and Inter Milan at home to Lazio rounds things off for us. Of course, Real Madrid also in action on Sunday. That one you can see in its entirety over on beIN Sports and Espanol. We're going to join that one in progress right after the Roma game tomorrow. Okay, time for a quick break here on The Express. Don't go anywhere. We've got all your goals ahead. Bologna and Empoli 2-2 at halftime.
This holiday, switch to Cricket Wireless and choose from 4 smartphones now free after mail-in rebate Cricket Visa promotion card. Only from the Merrier carrier. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
This is the best block of all. Looks like Candy Cane Lane.
I know.
Oh, holiday Ferris wheel.
I kind of love it. Look at those reindeer.
Jeffrey, you're awfully quiet back there.
I was just thinking, maybe it's time we finish this test drive and head back to the dealership.
That is so Jeffrey.
So Jeffrey.
Oh, elves.
It's practically yours, but we still need your signature. The Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event. 0 do-it signing, 0 down, 0 deposit, and 0 first month's payment on a new Passat and other select models.
The Serie A is on beIN Sports. Juventus continue their mission to close down the league leaders and retain the Scudetto with an away trip to struggling Carpi. Tomorrow on beIN Sports.
Quería usar Zoom.com para enviar dinero, pero pensé que era complicado. Siempre ando de aquí para allá con la banda ensayando y vi un compañero enviando dinero por Zoom.com y fue rápido. Bajé el app de Zoom.com, registrarme fue súper sencillo y eso me dio muchísima confianza.
En Zoom, un servicio de PayPal, garantizamos que tu dinero será recibido o te lo devolvemos. Baja el app y envía dinero con confianza. Zoom, la manera más fácil de enviar dinero y recargar celulares.
When we were growing up, we didn't get along because I used to do this to her a lot.
We have clearance, Clarence.
Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Call 866-794-5256 today.
Halftime between Bologna and Empoli at the Dell'Ara, and the first goal from Empoli, is it an own goal or is it not?
Well, it depends on whether it's headed goal-bound or not. From this view, it actually looks like it may go wide, but he's trying to curl it into that back post. He's hit it with plenty of pace, and it struck the arm of Rossettini and got in. It looks like a Rossettini own goal for now. Serie A have actually given it to Pucciarelli, but if it is headed wide, now for Rossettini's arm, then it would indeed be an own goal and not Pucciarelli's third of the season.
Take a look at this if you can follow it.
Yeah, it's barely able to see, just a blur on its way to the net. Free kick by Franco Brienza, who places it really through a keyhole. I mean, it's the only sliver of an opening on that Empoli wall, and he's managed to slam it in. Side netting, impossible for the goalkeeper, and a brilliant equalizer, and then things went haywire. 42nd minute, here's Macaroni, who leaves it for Zielinski. This is a goal that Empoli have scored time and time again this season. It's Zielinski over the top of the defense, Macaroni on the end of it, and he scores his 6th goal of this season. The celebration is just as good as he ran over to take a swig of beer. He's perfectly onside, point blank, and he's turning the clock back as he now scores his 6th this season. Destro from the edge of the box, presence of mind. Goalkeeper has made an absolute meal of it, Skorupski. Destro knows to keep his composure, found the opening in the defense and slotted it in. He's been in good form. That's his 5th goal in the last 6 games for the former Milan man. And look at how together they are under Donadoni. Destro full of confidence. He has really woken up since Donadoni arrived.
Certainly has. Donadoni has been the master of this team, bringing them back to life. Let's see if he can bring them back into this game for the win. Bologna and Empoli, we are deadlocked at 2 apiece at halftime.
Ransom Everglades School, Miami. From December 27th through the 29th. The best teams in the world. All the future stars. The competition in which Iniesta, Piqué, Fabregas, Torres have already shot. 40 spectacular matches and free entry. Can you afford to miss it? The best league in the world brings to Miami the best international tournament. La Liga promises.
In every game, there will be strength, physical contact, and accuracy. Velix EHF Champions League. On beIN Sports. They can see and feel your emotions as well. That's why they give you their best every week. League on beIN Sports.
If we fight, if we believe, we can't be beat.
Get the multi-sport pack for 50% off. Call today.
HBO, the best entertainment, is now the best deal. Call now to order HBO from Dish for just $10 a month. You'll get access to the most addictive original series around, from the classics to the most current. Plus, the biggest and latest movies. And you get to watch it all any way you choose. 9 unique channels of HBO, HBO Go, HBO On Demand, or Dish Anywhere for just $10 a month. It's the best deal on the best entertainment. Call 866-794-6201 now to get HBO from Dish.
So it's 2-2 at halftime. We're waiting for the second half to start. Macaroni, of course, the 36-year-old says he's going to play till he's 40 years old. Gets the go-ahead here for Empoli.
Not if he keeps drinking like this. After scoring that fantastic goal, takes a run over to the sidelines, and why not grab a refreshment after striking that go-ahead goal for the moment in the 42nd minute. Surely they were thinking they would go into the break up a goal. However, Mattia Destro had other ideas, but this is a wonderful celebration. A game that's had a bit of everything, including that allowed, really, in Serie A.
And he's got the cheers as well before he takes the swing.
Disappointed, a little spillage as well.
Okay, second half kickoff is coming straight ahead.
The 2018 World Cup qualifiers are on beIN Sports. 10 South American national teams competing in a long journey of 18 exciting rounds. CONCACAF continues the battle with the participation of the U.S., Mexico, and the most prestigious teams of Central America and the Caribbean. The CONMEBOL and CONCACAF 2018 World Cup qualifiers on beIN Sports.
Hello and welcome to The Locker Room. Everything you need to know about your favourite leagues. analysis,
La Liga became the most expensive league in the world to win in terms of points.
controversy.
I know that, but he gets you those easy goals.
Every Monday and Friday night, don't miss out on The Locker Room.
Tomorrow, a full day of Serie A on beIN Sports. Carpi versus Juventus. Roma versus Genoa. Frosinone versus Milan. And Inter versus Lazio. On beIN Sports.
By Brienza, the second just before the stroke of half-time, tucked away with the striker's finish of Destro. In between we saw Empoli strut their stuff, hit the post also, as well as scoring two excellent goals from well-worked moves. And we'll see how Bologna face up in the second half. Will they have more fight about them? Or will it be once again them sitting back, watching and admiring Empoli, while then trying to hit on the counter-attack?
Indeed, well, Empoli have to go into new territory. Indeed, if they are going to win this one. Haven't scored 3 goals away from home in a match this season, as we're back underway here in Bologna. Is the home side, the Rossoblu, kicking us off, going from right to left. And conceded a goal. 3 matches coming into this one, Empoli. To lose 2 for Bologna. Skorupski could argue was at fault for the second equaliser. Comes for the catch. 3 goals in 9 minutes at the end of the first half. Destro shot on target. Buchel. Castaldello, captain for Bologna. Paredes.
The statistic of Destro's 5 goals from 7 shots on target. It shows you that he is a classic striker. Give him a sniff a goal and he'll finish it off for you. But also against Napoli, a huge win. It was his all-round performance which was breathtaking, and here he is once again in possession, taking the ball for a walk. He's got his confidence back. That's Donadoni for you. As a coach, Donadoni won everything as a player. Never lacked confidence when he was on the pitch, and he never wants to see any of his players on the pitch lacking in confidence.
Destro, who scored his first goal against Empoli for Milan last season. 1-1 draw at San Siro. Again here tonight, and surely will play a part in this second half. He was quiet, didn't put his name into the play until the 31st minute, as we see that foul. Munier. Taken quickly, Castaldello. Did he use the arm, referee? Was that a deliberate handball? Look at Mariani, just the one booking in the first 45. Given to Andrea Costa, a sliding challenge that led to the Brienza free kick goal, away by Castaldello. Remember, this the last game of the calendar year for both these sides, but the first one of this round. Plenty more action to come in Serie A this weekend. Zina didn't make any attempt. Oh, simplest of finish, but it won't count.
Why not? Had the ball across the line before Pucciarelli got the cross in. In fact, it does count. There seems to be some confusion here. The Empoli fans are happy. The Empoli players are happy. The Bologna players aren't, which means that the away team are back in front for the 3rd time. Remember, they've only ever beaten Bologna once in the club's history, and that was the last time the sides met back in 2004. They've never won here at the Dallara. They're in lead for the 3rd time.
Well, that graphic doesn't matter. Macaroni not involved in the play. Mazina, not good defending there from the youngster. That doesn't go out. And what the referee did there, confusing everyone, we're not too sure. But credit to Pucciarelli, who got the cross in. The easiest to finish for the captain. He collects his second goal of the night. And he got a brace against Carpi. He's got another double here against Bologna.
There's a face with, it says, "I'm confused," written all over it. Perfect display of how nobody really understood what was going on. But now we do. Empoli are in front for the third time.
Indeed, so a goal fest here at the Dallara. And poor defending, just as Paul was saying, prophetic words indeed about what Gianpaolo would have hoped for from his side, coming back out. 2 errors in defence from Empoli, excuse me, that led to the Bologna goals. If they could keep themselves together, they'll have a great chance of going back in front. That's exactly what panned out, with now 4.5 minutes gone. Oh, a save from Skorupski, driven hard. And it was Tagder on the half volley.
Skorupski with his first save, but from one end to another now. Macaroni, he's on a hat-trick.
Still got the possession, needs to lay it off, confused. Pucciarelli goes down, referee, clear decision from him. Macaroni back in the middle, floated ball, and claimed by Mirante.
It's a match which is going to close the year for these two teams, but it's like a match at the end of the season. The pressure is off, they're enjoying their football, and they're creating chance after chance at both ends.
Struck that well. Idea hasn't scored this season. Would expect the keeper to make the save, which he did, but to be in the right place and make sure his parry didn't find a forward player in the box. Can't rule out more goals here. 5 already. Remember, the first one scored in the 24th minute. So, 40 minutes of play. Goals. Pucciarelli going down under the challenge. First time, dumping my statistic in the bin, that Empoli have scored 3 goals away from home this season.
It's the first time they've ever scored 3 goals at the Dallara. First result until now was a 2-2 draw. The first time they met, they're actually on the back here of 3 defeats in succession against the Rosso Blu.
I can do, you can do better. Referee's blowing the whistle. We've got Mazina down. He's not happy with the hands being offered to bring him back to his feet.
He shouldn't be happy with his performance. He's been found out by Pucciarelli. A couple of times Pucciarelli just nudged the hips into him, knocked him off balance. And you can see it here, shoulder to shoulder. But Mazina didn't make any contact with the middle striker who flipped in the cross.
Making shallow pleas there to the officials, but all replays, fast or slow motion, clearly showing that it was a goal in regulation, and the fault. Mazina, if he was in great difficulty, just put it out for a corner kick and wait for his teammates to assist. The dead ball, decided to try and nudge his man down, failed, and punished. Most goals conceded in a game under Donadoni.
And you can see again Pucciarelli just spinning away from Mazina. The diminutive figure, number 20, Pucciarelli. We're under Mazina's radar, as it were.
Brienza. Oh, that's a clear fistful of shirt. Referee coming across. There's Issa Lorini making the challenge. Referee going to the book. Didn't quite get enough purchase to drag him fully down and deserve that yellow card, but still they have this excellent position for the free kick to come in. Brienza once more. Everybody stacked up towards the back of the box. Watch out for Rossettini, how dangerous he's been from dead balls recently. Lovely shape on it too, and the header at the front post, still on, hooked back in. Oh! Destro offside. Oh, another indication of the confidence of the number 10 to connect well with that. Close one, but seem the benefit of the doubt to the defence at least, not what they got in the first half. Free kick eventually scored by Brienza. Seemed to suggest on replay that Destro was offside when he was playing forward. Substitutions being readied on the sidelines. Krisetic, Donsa, Brienza close control. Excellent play from the veteran. Mazina, that's going to be a corner kick.
Tonelli again, making a meal of his defensive clearance, slicing that one almost into his own net.
Well, we'll have to wait a moment until the substitution's made. The ball in front of Brienza once again. A superb effort in and beating everyone, skimming over the heads of defence and attackers alike, eventually cleared away. Rossettini rid himself of the gloves for this second half. Staldello. Zina, and eventually Lorini after that tug back before. It does go into the book. Certainly the young defender making the most of it as he span violently away from the Frenchman's challenge.
Here's the change for Bologna. Filippo Falco coming on, the youngster, number 7.
Curious change that, 10 minutes into the second half. But he may have an option, an extra option in attack. Filippo Falco can get another substitute appearance.
Krisetic, who makes way.
Free header for Destro, offside again.
There were 2 of them offside this time. Krisetic hasn't shone, given his opportunity. Offside decision, a clear one. Rossettini took the ball away from Destro that time. This time Destro in an offside position. Spectacular overhead kick.
Actually shimmed over the bar, but it wouldn't have mattered. Better to miss if it is going to be adjudged offside. Skorupski. Can't take your eyes there. The goalkeeper as well, taking too long to get us going again, and a flurry of whistles from the referee, Ariani.
With Krisetic taken off, it's actually Brienza who's playing in the central midfield role now. He'll be pinging the passes. I'm sure he's got the legs to cover that position for the remainder of this second half. So Falco playing up front with Meunier and Destro.
Conceded 3 goals against Juventus, the only other occasion so far this season for Bologna. Trying the crafty pass down the left channel towards the captain, Maccarone. More straightforward on that occasion as it was drilled long to Destro. Pucciarelli. Zielinski coming forward on his own, but Mathias, when he was trying to do with the ball, easily dispossessed. Donsa, first time, lays down Meunier. Brienza, well, deeper now in the field and trying the same trick we saw a few minutes ago, losing the possession. Saponara, as we approach this final third, some quality from him. A 2-goal cushion in this game, which we haven't had. Decisive. Reyes goes down. Another free kick given by the referee.
All the Empoli players outside of the back 4. Very confident possession, very skillful players sidestepping their opponents.
just taking his sweet time to get the flag up. Remember, Empoli last season, total 8 victories.
A case of drawitis, drawing so many matches. Gianpaolo, no doubt, will have a little telephone call for Sarri, thanking him for leaving the club in such fine condition. Players know each other inside out, they know the movement, and Gianpaolo's added to that. Some silkier play in midfield. The players that they have lost were Rugani, Valdifiori, just to mention 2 in the Italy setup.
Absolutely, but still many familiar faces, and another example of a different way of going about staying in Serie A, or competing at the top level, looking at other sides with a lot of newcomers, Sassuolo, Carpi, Frosinone. Even Bologna, indeed, after their relegation, they were only down for 1 season compared to the half a dozen years of Empoli. And the youth seeming to take precedent. Macaroni aside, ball over the top, and the linesman's flag brings up the hour mark. 1 goal scored since the resumption. Macaroni only scored 1 in his career against Bologna. Coming into this match as a double again, 4 in 2 games for the forward. Certainly be getting some headlines tomorrow. It'll be a very merry Christmas for him as it goes into Saponara. Wonderful control. Macaroni. This is the shot, big deflection. That time much better from Mazzina. Fresh air from the captain. Likewise by Meunier. Penalised the collision with Tonelli. I saw Rugani make his debut for Juventus midweek in the Coppa Italia. Shame for him, really, in a way. Last year was starting the majority of the season in Serie A with Empoli. And as I say, it's only his first chance this week gone for the Bianconeri. Quality defender. Saponara's in. Saponara! Save from Mirante. Comfortable. Just down to his right. Both hands on the ball and a quick throw out.
Rugani. Also fond memories for Sarri of the young defender, but Juventus have said that he's not for sale. He certainly will be sold to a direct rival in Napoli. So Sarri's gone back asking about young Barba, a player on loan from Roma. He hasn't had much of a chance under Gianpaolo. Also an idea of the depth of homegrown talent at Empoli. So I like to pick up Italian players, even though we see Zielinski and Paredes in their midfield. Those players picked up though from Italian clubs. Zielinski still owned by Udinese.
Paredes, one of those, as Paul mentions, coming from Roma. Macaroni again on this right side up against Mazzina. A tough time of it this evening. Through the legs, Paredes, Brienza in defence, Zielinski, his body facing away from goal, so decided on the pass, hooked high, Ganumo, front of Pucciarelli, easy catch for the keeper.
Being a little bit wiser and holding on to their advantage here. Still sitting comfortably with them when they've got possession. They're well positioned at the back. Not going to be caught out by any counter-attacks on the home side for the 3rd time that they've been in front. The Italian coach, that is just unacceptable.
Still a third of the game to go. That was an excellent dispossession by Taider, back post, something spectacular, fraction too far though, Falco. Quick-footed, push back in, 2 there, surely Taider loses control, and the defence recovers, corner kick for Bologna.
The first real action we've seen from young Falco. All left foot, but what a gifted left foot he has. sliding in that cross. Panic again in the Empoli defence. Tonelli throwing himself in front of Taider.
10 assists last season for Trapani, Filippo Falco, but it's Brienza crossing this one. Excellent header, Rossettini. Now he gets himself in the position to make the header almost every time the ball goes in. Working well in training, certainly it seems. Falco. Mario Rui needs to calm down. The cards coming out. So Zukanovic of Sampdoria loses mind in midweek in the Coppa Italia. Got 2 yellows for abusing the referee. Has since had a 3-game suspension. Mario Rui certainly getting overexcited there as he felt that he hadn't committed any foul against Mounier. The Frenchman going down too easily. Perhaps replay suggests at least there was contact. So another dangerous moment here. Empoli encouraging the opposition, the home side Bologna forward. Come from behind twice already this evening. Four in the middle, 3 on the edge of the area. Header out from Costa. Donsa. Rui again on the other flank. Mounier. Zina. Tonelli. Broad-chested when he needed to be. 20 minutes gone in the second half. Donsa putting the arm across the defender. And the free kick given. A difficult game for the referee. It's an action. Ivaya ready to come into the play, it looks. Speaking with Giampaolo, actually gave him his debut in Italian football with Cesena. He's the former coach. Saw him with Inter and Atalanta after that, before going on to Rubin Kazan. Meanwhile, before he goes into the pitch, long kick up towards halfway. Costa. Too overconfident from the defender, trying to chip that one forward. Paredes drifts through the midfield. Still Paredes loses control of it, and the Greek defender Ikanumu slides it out to the right. Mounier. No, Falco. Now Brienza. Tempo still very high at the midway point of the second half, and Bologna enjoying the majority of the possession the last 5 minutes.
With the tempo. Zina. This time we won't take off the number 20, but here it shall be revealed.
We've got one half, and it is going to be Maccarone. So 4 goals in 2 games, 2 here this evening, not enough to see him out for the remaining of 2015. But what a performance from the Empoli captain tonight. He is replaced by Marco Livaya. 22 years of age, 14 years younger than he's replacing. Croatia scored against Fiorentina back end of November, his first goal in Italian football since scoring against Bologna and playing for Atalanta in November, so maybe that history will all go well. Could be an early chance here, played into the middle, sliding, but the ball ahead of him.
Speeded by Zielinski, take the ball away from the toes of Mazina to keep Empoli in possession.
Paredes had Bukel inside, but Falco close, decided to slip over to Rui. What a turn, the Portuguese. Well, cutting back onto his right foot, and the bounce in front of Mirante. Making a simple stop for the Bologna keeper. It looks long.
Macaroni's brought his family along on the bench this evening.
Ready to pile into the pints after he saw his celebration in the first half, running to the sidelines and having a sip of beer. Meanwhile, Castro could be thinking of the same following the final whistle. If he can level things up, it's going to be a corner kick to Bologna. Still asking the questions of the Empoli defence.
Finally, Tonelli finding some answers on how to cope with Destro.
Just a big love in here today, Paul, at the Dallara. Macaroni.
His own fan club, I think.
Plenty more work to do. A packed Curva watching on. Bologna attacking the home end. Brienza. What a shape on that ball again. And then the volley. Traffic in front. It came from Taider. Falco. He's very one-footed, but look how nippy he is. Tried to go on the right. Tries again. Deflected. Skims the corner flag. And another corner kick. 20 minutes to go here. Empoli under siege. Again, you can't take your eyes off the number 13 jersey. 2 goals for Rossettini from dead balls in the last couple. On that occasion, it was Falco taking on the left boot. It was going to be a left footer, considering the quality of the delivery by Brienza. To shift the older man to the other side. Wasn't to be. Taider. Probing ball towards Mazina. Obviously felt it came off the defender. The referee thinks differently. Another corner kick.
So we didn't see much of Mazina pushing forward in the...
There again, Paul, as he just managed to get the instep of the left boot on it, but no one running into the back post.
So we basically push forward into an attacking midfield position. As Bologna goes searching for the third equaliser. The flick on there. Predatory instincts. Not pushing Destro into that danger area.
Another substitution, and the teenager Donza going out to be replaced by Pulga, wearing number 5, the Chilean. So fresh legs. Amazing how far Donza's come on, though, at his tender age. With Cagliari now here. So another man not much older himself coming in, and Pulga has to get himself up to speed quickly. Game still very much in the balance.
Donza goes down as another youngster launched by Zeman. After not getting much consideration at Elas, he was allowed to leave. Zeman liked what he saw, though.
Elegant drop of the shoulder from Zielinski. Doesn't get past Mazina, certainly playing much better. Much more sort of performance, but not from Castaldello on that occasion. Livaya's pass is blocked down. Taider. No, Pulga, the man just in, making the block. Just his second appearance under Donadoni.
Livaya really needs to take some lessons from Macaroni on how just to get on with the football. More often than not, he looks for the contact and the bit of afters from his opponent. No doubt about his talent, Livaya. They've always spoken highly about him, even at Inter, with a vast amount of quality world-class players have had there through the years. But he's never actually settled down in a long run as a first-team starter, Livaya.
Just into the play. Referee's going straight to the book for the 21-year-old from Chile. And he did lunge in there. Is that really the moment to make such a challenge? He's barely had a touch of the ball. And he's sliding in, hacking away. Watch this again. Lunges and then a jagging motion with the right heel. took out Saponara and gives away this free kick. We feel a fourth goal for Empoli will settle this game once and for all, and it is Paredes over the free kick.
Saponara's okay, he's back on his feet, walking away. Bulgar just following the coach's instructions to get stuck in. Make sure Empoli know that you're there. No doubt about that.
We've seen one brilliant left-footed free kick here this evening from Brienza. Going to try his luck now. Difficult angle, certainly. 5 in the middle. Out on the near side for a throw-in. Total lack of poise there. And the Liechtenstein international. It's Lorini forward to take the throw-in. Quarter of an hour remaining here at the Dallara. Fantastic spectacle from these two sides in the mid-table. Empoli with a chance, remember, to go up to 6th place ahead of the rest of the games in round 17. Zina with the throw. Brienza.
They'll see it also. 2 matches before the halfway point, just 13 points shy of that fantastic, important 40-point mark. Still, even coaches leaving Italy and travelling around the world, coaching teams in different countries, still speak about these momentous 40 points because Italian history states that if you reach 40 points, then you're almost guaranteed safety.
Didn't do it until the 34th round of last season. This current trajectory, as we see Falco, very watchable young player. Every time he gets the ball, now Mounier. Close chance, but Pucciarelli closed him down. Nice turn from Saponara, but lost his balance as he spun his man and couldn't catch up to the possession. Mounier, that was a full-blooded effort, but a fair one. Zielinski again, we've seen 2 there in the last few minutes of his excellent dribbling skills.
Still full of running, the number 17. It's a huge positive.
Raul Livaya, unnecessary challenge on Mirante. Referee lets it slide. Bologna trying to use the ball quickly. Gianpaolo jockeying his team from the sidelines. Donadoni there too. More sanguine as he watches on. On that occasion, Taider running down a blind alley. Tonelli takes a tumble, referee's arm points skyward. Free kick to Empoli.
It's a good play back again by Tonelli coming out of defence. It was mentioned before about Livaya. These problems at Atalanta. See red. Going back to Empoli from last season, round 22. The same number of points as they've got at the moment. 27 points to 24 to reach that mark. Zielinski just sliding away from the first and second of his chasers. So elegant in possession.
Saponara, well, encouraged by the Poles. Wonderful footwork, taking a long-range effort. Deflection on the way through, but Zielinski seems to be getting better as the game goes on. Absolutely wonderful confidence from the midfielder. Taking on the Bologna midfield and beating them on the last 3 occasions. Another free kick. Zambelli getting ready. From the pressure man. Be known to Gianpaolo. Mounier. Mazina, good chance developing, and the ball off Lorini, and a corner kick to follow.
Gianpaolo's story with Brescia was a soap opera at times. He went AWOL for a period. The club was also bankrupt. Didn't know if he still had a contract. Various twists and turns. But eventually got out of that prison sentence, as he called it. It was a life sentence. He's now free. His team are breathing freely and looking to hold on for a 4th straight success club record of 4 straight success in the top flight.
Absolutely, that can't be downplayed. As we see Lorini, it's a straight swap this. Lorini on a yellow card, remember, from his challenge earlier on. A straight swap with Zambelli coming in and taking a step up, but he was always quality in Serie B if you did follow Brescia down there. One of the better right backs in the division. Brienza over the corner kick, a deep one where everyone's waiting. Header, oh, off the crossbar. Is that a penalty kick? Looking at the referee. Appeals raining down, but Mariani unmoved still. Possession for Bologna, deflected. And then Skorupski with a superb diving save to avoid the corner kick. But let's take a look at the replay.
Rossitini winning the first header, Destro the second, off the underside of the crossbar. Skorupski was beaten. It's like Mirant in the first half, thanks to the frame of his goal.
Mario Rui was booked earlier on, remember, and he lost his patience with the referee, Mandiani. On that occasion, the official seeing nothing untoward, allowing the play to go on. Destro so close. I still feel that there's another opportunity for either side as we're now in the 81st minute of the game. Saponara, just a little overconfident there, and he has shown that a couple of times in this second half. Saponara choosing a more complicated option when maybe something simpler was available. Rossettini. Costa shifted it off quickly. Jinking away was Falco. His quick feet weren't fast enough. Buchel. Normal stepping forward from the defensive line, feeds it out to the right. Falco wants to turn and face goal. There's that short pass. Goes for the cross instead. Comfortable for Costa. Pucciarelli just toes it away. That was a wonderful pass, and it's been returned with interest. Pucciarelli, and credit there.
Pulgar sliding in, winning the tackle. Pulgar fresher legs, and that made the difference. In the first 5 minutes of the game, he would have been catching Pucciarelli in that same position.
Just again, well, that time clearly off the French winger Mounier. Let's take another look at this. Well, it does brush the hand of Skorupski. That's going down as yet another excellent intervention.
And the referee was right not to halt play for a penalty. Mazina was already in mid-air before the defender arrived. The ball already passed them both.
Zielinski. Paredes into the middle. Saponara. He didn't really have an option there. Livaya drifting around to the right. It's fortunately come back Empoli's way.
We understand the work that Macaroni does and being always seemingly available for Saponara, Pucciarelli, Zielinski with Livaya. A different kind of striker. He's more in the shadows than out in the open.
Well, certainly without the experience. Amazing Macaroni when you think that it was Tavano who was the top scorer by 7 on his strike partner in Serie B. Tavano now down with Avolino and having a dreadful time. Still hasn't scored, I don't think, in Serie B with the side from Campania. Well, Macaroni, 7 for the season, 10 last year in Serie A.
Tavano's struggled to get off the bench.
Good interchange. Mazina hunting him in that position here this evening. Destro not happy, wants the ball played into him.
The confidence of the young fullback. Look, there's that replay. Skorupski gets something on it. From this angle.
I think 2 games back at 1-0 against Verona, and Hellas hit the post in the dying minutes. Sometimes you do just get that fortune, because two of those three victories coming into this were a goal to nil.
That was a classic smash and grab. It's like Bologna though at Genoa.
The same substitution as against Carpi. Definitely earned his panettone, the Polish eat of Christmas carp, perhaps. Another change, Mancosu came from Trapani last year in the transfer window, placing Munier. Didn't score a single goal. He was supposed to be the one to take them up into Serie A. Not to pass. Strike so far this season. Fortunate to have an employer in Serie A. Considering what happened last year. Taking a look along the line. 85 minutes gone. Are we going to see another goal in this match? Zambelli. Check that. Croce back to Zambelli. Zambelli sporting a more 1980s haircut and a number 3 jersey. Bukel. Amazing the difference confidence does, even for Bologna at the moment. Been behind throughout the game. If we looked at them in September to October, they're behind. There's so much more caution and fear in the team, whereas in this case, it's kept on going throughout the 86 minutes. All the Bologna fans here and those watching should be heartened to see this type of performance when it was doom and gloom when they were bottom.
There was also always a sense of trepidation with Bologna, the Delio Rossi, with Roberto Donadoni. I've got to say here, even the work rate of Empoli when not in possession is still very impressive. It's frustrating the home team. They don't have open spaces to gallop into.
Definitely is. It's been a tenet of this game once throughout the season. Empoli's teamwork is second to none between those sides around them and beneath them. As another free kick is awarded and a booking.
If you look at the recent run, 6 matches, they have the one defeat against Juventus, the only team that has won all of these 6 matches. It gives you the level of quality of football week in, week out that Empoli have been playing.
Scored the first goal as well against Bianconeri, as we see Taider booked. Glory days for...
Glory days indeed. Just looking at the fixture, first fixture of the new year. While Bologna travelled to Milan, Donadoni against Carpi, who want to take a chance and take him on as coach, because they know he is. There's a hard edge to Donadoni. He's not a man who's going to say yes to somebody else interfering in his team selection. While Inter travelled to Empoli. Matchup for these two teams in the new year.
Back into action, 6th, which is a midweek fixture, public holiday here in Italy. Bukel tries his luck, struck Rossettini. Their own goal for him, opened up the scoring. It's going to be a goal kick though. Good recovery from the defender. Maccarone, well picked out by the cameras. I'm sure he's going to be picked out by the papers, because his 2 goals here this evening vital in this Empoli performance, and it does seem now with 90 seconds of the 90 minutes remaining, they're going to hold on for this victory and a 4th straight win in Serie A for the first time. What can Bologna do about it though? They need one big last push. Zina Castaldello returns to the defender. Is this going to be onside? Mancosu.
Flag is up. It wasn't onside.
He'll never finish the season with Bologna after the way things have gone for him this year. Really a disappointing campaign. He was banging the goals in. He was top scorer in Serie B when he left Sicily to come north to Bologna. It seemed a sensible decision to add him to the lineup and give them that extra firepower as they went for promotion back to Serie A, but just has not panned out, and a year to forget for Matteo Mancosu. 90th minute.
Goal 3 minutes into the second half after 4 goals in the first. Still not putting a smile on Gianpaolo's face. Just touched his hand there, didn't like that either.
Amazing there on the sidelines. Look at him barking. He's like a general or captain in the trenches. He wants to see this one out to the final whistle.
Expecting Saponaro to continue the pressure on the ball carrier in defence. You can see Empoli closing down every Bologna player when in possession. Head into stoppage time with the Tuscans still with the noses in front. 4 minutes of time added on.
Good to see that from the touchline, though. The Bologna players didn't quite manage to catch the face, but how they were taking the current state of the game. Head going into the hands, the player next to Da Costa. There's still hope. 3-4 in the middle. The pass needs to go. Falco. Well, perhaps predictable. Look at Pucciarelli not giving up, running the whole way through, and even in the 91st minute wins the free kick for Empoli. A superb play from the forward. As I say, Paul's fantastic work rate from Empoli right to the very end with Gianpaolo barking, badgering.
And it's the work rate that we've seen from Bologna, and that's why they've shot up the table. But it hasn't been the same this evening. They were very lackadaisical from kick-off. They did manage to get back in the game twice, but not a third time. But looking at the 4 minutes of time to be added on, we'll be adding on another because Pucciarelli's been down for the best part of the first minute.
Amazing what the call for a stretcher can do to an injury.
Well, the changes for Gianpaolo. Zambelli, Croce and Livaya. Pucciarelli being asked to walk off, then come back on.
Safe to say to Empoli. It's a little high with the boot from Okunumu. Livaya having words. Just keep himself calm. Here on the near side, Mazzina. Since promotion, Empoli will take position. They're at the highest spot. It's just records tumbling for this Empoli team as Tonelli heads it away. Saponara. Croce. Fed out to the left first time. It was a tired tackle, Livaya, and that's just carried on from what we saw before. I think the forward's in his rights to annoy the defender if it comes to that sort of situation, but you see the little kick out there the last second as he was going down, and then that's just vengeance from the Greek.
It's part of Livaya's game, though. It just seems to attract that kind of attention from the defenders. It's like Macaroni to take him under his wing and teach him just how to play football and get on with the football.
Well, we're getting to the last chance now for the home side, Bologna, into the 94th minute. Certainly played their part in this first game of the round, but Empoli overall being the better of the two sides. Cut out those defensive errors, though there has been a crossbar, lest we forget, for Bologna since Empoli took the lead through Macaroni, but fitting that the captain, as we see another lunge, is the former Bologna player, Livaya.
Well, that was Buchel from that lunge, but it's still these two, Livaya and Ekonomu, who are continually harping on at each other. niggly end to the match, which is unnecessary considering it's been played in Christmas spirit so far. Late challenge.
Kosu on Zambelli. Zambelli, who's been in the trenches in Serie B for years, he knows all about these types of moments in matches. That's the 4 minutes of additional time completed, but we've had a number of stoppages since the end of the 90s, so on we go. Castro's goal, the fine finish for him, but in vain.
The final seconds of the game here.
Did that strike the hand? Taider appeals. Falco now. Still should have plenty time left, a minute or so. And it is on the referee, who blows the final whistle. And it finishes here. Bologna 2, Empoli 3.
That's record history stuff for the Tuscans. A 4th straight win. After taking the lead 3 times, it needed a macaroni double.
Well, a wonderful evening of football here, and much-deserved victory for the visitors. So, the final whistle gone. I'll leave you with the final score. It is Bologna 2, Empoli 3. From me, Owen Nelson.
And me, Paul Visca.
Good evening.
Top-flight meeting between Bologna and Empoli in over a decade, and we can't wait for them to play again because that was a fun game to watch, Andres Cordero.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to wipe this goofy grin from my face because that was so much fun. I mean, you had 5 goals. They needed to go up 3 times in order to take the full 3 points. A combined 29 shots. Both sides hit the woodwork. Possession split 50-50. I think when the schedule was released and you saw that game had center stage, a few eyebrows were raised, and it promptly backed down because they've a fantastic outing from both sides.
And we just saw why that was center stage. Incredible. 3-2 away win for Empoli, the first time they've ever beaten Bologna at the Dallara, and we're going to show you all the lovely highlights from that game right after the break. We're also going to welcome the team from the Weekend Extra to preview what is coming up ahead in that program. So stick around. The Express continues in a moment.
Seduciendo. By design.
Deslumbrando. By design.
Is the new Panini FIFA 365 official sticker album, featuring more than 800 of the world's top stars from all your favorite clubs on less than 500 stickers. Start your collection today. Available at select retailers and online at icollectpanini.com. Panini.
Okay, we're here. There's Dad, Mom, the twins, Aunt Alice.
You didn't tell me Aunt Alice was coming.
Of course.
Don't forget Grandpa. Can the test drive be over now? Maybe just head back to the dealership.
Don't you want to meet my family?
Yep, totally.
It's practically yours, but we still need your signature. The Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event. 0 do-it signing, 0 down, 0 deposit, and 0 first month's payment on a new Jetta and other select models.
The Serie A is on beIN Sports. With Juventus closing in to defend the Scudetto title, there is no margin for error for league-leading Inter at the top of the table in the visit of Lazio. Tomorrow on beIN Sports. Novak Djokovic, Rafael Nadal, Thomas Berdych, Richard Gasquet, and defending champion David Ferrer. Catch all the action. Qatar ExxonMobil 2016 on beIN Sports.
Grasa abdominal, rollos en la cintura, gorditos en la espalda. Entonces, ¿en qué partes del cuerpo necesitas sudar? Presentamos Cami Hot, la prenda que te hace sudar más, donde debes sudar más. Abdomen, cintura, espalda, gordito. Creada con Neotex de 3 capas. Sudas, absorbe la humedad, evapora la sudoración.
Es cómoda, práctica, sudas más y no se nota.
Aplana el abdomen, reduce las llantitas, forma la cintura, desaparecen los gorditos. Para mujeres y hombres, Cami Hot.
De large a small y es súper cómoda.
Cami Hot, con sistemas senos libres. Sostiene y levanta tu busto para que logres una figura más esbelta.
Te levantas desde aquí abajo, te aplana el abdomen y te forma la cintura.
Llama ahora por tu Cami Hot a precio especial. Pero ordena ahora y pregunta por tu segunda Cami Hot con un 50% de descuento. Sí, ¿oíste bien? 50% de descuento. Para sudar donde debes sudar, llama ya.
Day 17 getting an exciting start with Bologna and Empoli at play today. Two teams with impressive form going into today's meeting, the first one in over a decade. Now, Roberto Donadoni for Bologna, very inspired under him, defeated Napoli. They drew Roma. They couldn't get the result today against Empoli.
No, but good fight from Bologna in this game as well, despite some fantastic play from this man, Maccherone, who scores a brace. He's got 4 goals in his last 2 games now. Scored a brace against Carpi, celebrated with a beer in style, and was permanently involved.
Absolutely. As we see in the 19th minute here, Saponara also been excellent for this team this season. Been blocked out for a corner.
What a great ball that was as well, chipped into his path by Buchel, I believe it is, the German central midfielder. It splits 2 defenders. Saponara, the good opportunity to open the scoring there, but I think for the most part, Bologna were pretty organized at the back.
And then here's where the first goal came in. First of 5. Pucci shot.
Yeah, that's not organized here. Rossettini strikes his arm. I still have not seen a definitive replay on this. It shows me whether that ball is going in or out. It looks to be going wide. He wants to curl it back in. But having seen it so many times, I would say just give it to Pucciarelli. Why take a goal away from him?
Yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen, isn't it? 29th, Pucciarelli again with an attempt here. It's denied by the post. A little bit lucky here for Mirante. Comes straight back to the keeper for the save. Or for the stop, rather.
Yeah, he's unlucky because he's hit the inside of the post as well, and it's just bounced out. It's hit square on.
Check this out. Unbelievable laser from Brienza to equalize for Bologna.
And we needed the replay to sort out what happened here because there didn't seem to be an opening, and somehow that ball slipped through, and you'll see just how fine a sliver he found on that wall to slam that into the side netting. It's an unstoppable shot for the goalkeeper and a brilliant equalizer.
Maccherone and Zielinski with the unbelievable chip over the top. Back to Maccherone for the lead again.
And this has been their bread and butter all season. Zielinski, usually the one providing that pass over the top. Maccherone knew exactly what was going to happen, and he got the step in on the defender. He switched to here. He's perfectly onside. There's no reason to doubt that. And then takes it on the volley wonderfully. Just passed into the back of the net.
But Bologna find the equalizer once again before halftime. Tia Destro.
Now this is a bit poor from Skorupski, who comes out, sort of half comes out, doesn't really commit to it, realizes he's in no man's land, and now there's no one in goal. Destro keeping his presence of mind, finding that slight opening, and another just pass into the middle. Didn't have to put much power on it, just had to get it past that flurry of defenders.
Tia Destro with his 5th goal in 6 games, likely like him going back in, celebrating with the coach, Donadoni. Over to the second half we go. Empoli trying to restore their leads. And they certainly do in the 48th minute.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion. He thought it was waved offside for a moment. It wasn't at all. It did stand as Maccherone gets the brace. As mentioned, it's 4 goals in his last 2 games. And the players that you expected to step up, or at least wanted to step up in this game, did. Tia Destro had a good game with an assist and a goal. Maccherone gets 2 of his own. Pucciarelli was very much involved. So, it's a game that neither side deserved to lose, really.
80th, corner kick for Bologna. And there's the woodwork again. From Destro.
How unlucky is that? He's in a good spot. He's on side. Slams off the woodwork. There was a question as to whether that was a penalty there at the far post. Didn't really get a good look at it.
At Empoli, the first time they win 4 in a row in the top flights, and they move just outside the European places, just 2 points away from Europe. Unbelievable side, this Empoli.
Yeah, provisionally 2 points back of Roma for the time being. We'll see how the rest of the round pans out. But just look at that. There was 29 chances between these two sides. Plenty of work for both keepers to do. And it was an attractive game of football. It was neither side trying to defend. Two that were, as you mentioned, in good form and in full belief that they can take the full complement of points, and both played for the win. And it made for just such an attractive game.
Do you think Bologna can be disappointed today? Of course, disappointed with the result,
obviously.
But with their performance?
No, with the result, yes.
enough?
I don't think Donadoni will be too disappointed with the way they played. Maybe a few things at the back, particularly in the second half, where they could have been a little bit cleaner. But for the most part, I think you saw the desire, you saw the fight. They've had some good results, as you mentioned, against the likes of Roma, again, beating Napoli 3-2 in that game. And they had enough chances to get more than 2 goals out of this one. So I don't think they could be too disappointed. And all the opposite for Empoli. They have to be ecstatic because we wondered, with Maurizio Sarri gone, how would they respond? Well, they've improved, really.
And you wonder if the winter break is coming at a poor time for Empoli because they're going to have to follow this up with a home game against Inter when they come back out the outside of the winter break. So we'll see what happens there. Okay, we're going to take a quick break right now. When we return, we welcome Kevin Egan and Gary Bailey to look ahead at what's coming up on the Weekend Extra at the top of the hour. Stick around. We will be back shortly.
Seduciendo. By design.
Deslumbrando. By design.
This year, give your family a gift you can't get from those other guys. Hurry to T-Mobile today and get 4 lines with up to 6 gigs each. Just $30 a line. That's 6 gigs each, plus unlimited video streaming with Binge On. Stream Netflix, HBO Now, Hulu, and more without using your data. And just in time for the holidays, unwrap the hottest Samsung phones for $100 off and pay 0 out the door. This weekend, only at T-Mobile.
The Serie A is on beIN Sports. Juventus continue their mission to close down the league leaders and retain the Scudetto with an away trip to struggling Carpe. Tomorrow on beIN Sports. Jonathan Ray, SBK World Champion 2015. Who will be the next champion? SBK Superbike on beIN Sports. A confederation on the edge of battle. 2 giants and the most prestigious challengers. A journey across difficult obstacles along the way. And the World Cup as its final objective. The 2018 CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers are on beIN Sports.
Ransom Everglades School, Miami. From December 27th through the 29th. The best teams in the world. All the future stars. The competition in which any...
Physical contact and accuracy. Velix EHF Champions League on beIN Sports.
Welcome back. You're watching The Express as we move a little bit closer to the Weekend Extra with hosts Kevin Egan and Gary Bailey. Welcome, you guys.
Hey, let's be here.
Let's talk a little bit about what you have coming up in the program. First of all, Gary Bailey, Manchester United.
Yes.
Winless in 6.
Right
what
away.
is going on?
As you said, we have Paris Saint-Germain coming up, so let's focus on that. We have Leicester doing really well.
There's a reason he's
am I
wearing
avoiding
a black
it?
suit, by the way. There's a reason he's wearing a black suit.
Yeah. I tell you what, I nearly wore a black tie as well. I mean, it's gone from bad to worse to even worse.
Yeah, even Louis van Gaal is saying now that he's a little bit worried about his position.
He looked defeated today, didn't he? We were actually watching the interview. He was saying, you know, we're not getting the results. I'm not doing the right job. And when you hear the crowd chanting Jose Mourinho at Old Trafford, you've got to know that for Van Gaal, his time is limited unless he turns us around very quickly.
Are they having a go at Van Gaal, or do they genuinely want Jose Mourinho at Old Trafford?
I think it's both. They've always wanted him there. He was one of 3 choices. It was him, David Moyes, or Jurgen Klopp. And the majority wanted Jose, but I think those at the top said he's too risky, things might, go wrong. So yes, it's definitely we want Jose, but it's also Louis van Gaal. What are you doing out there with all that money you've spent?
Well, of course, when you ask him about it, he says it's lack of confidence, which is the reason for the results. Let's hear from the coach himself.
Can only say that what you have seen today is what a lack in confidence can do with your team. It was not good enough, and it is our first defeat on Old Trafford. That makes it remarkable, and that is also a confirmation that we are in a very bad period, and we have to come out of that period, because that is the most important thing.
Yeah, not a great result for Wayne Rooney in his 500th appearance. Big milestone, not the result he wanted. Of course, you guys are going to talk more about that later in the extra.
Can I just say something?
Sure.
He says we haven't got confidence. Would that face inspire you to confidence?
Yeah.
Like we don't have any confidence. We're not. I mean, seriously.
Defensively, Gary, you look at their last 7 games at home. They kept 6 clean sheets at Old Trafford in the Premier League. Defensively, they were torn to shreds by Norwich.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on a little bit. Real Madrid in action on Sunday, and Rafa Benitez, of course, has his work cut out for him with Rayo Vallecano. It's a little bit of a Madrid derby. That's going to be an exciting game.
It usually is, but not too exciting for Rayo fans in recent history. The last 2 visits there, Madrid have put 5 goals past them, and in many ways, Rayo play right into the hands of Real Madrid because they do play such